All right, how's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody has had a very good and relaxed day. Um, it snowed out pretty heavy out here last night. Um, and it sounds like it did the same out where Bob's is, but uh, it sounds like Bob's has had some stuff related to that come up. So, uh, he's not going to be available for tonight's stream. So instead, we're going to be doing we're going to be starting the Stanley Parable. Um, now, yes, that's exactly what happened. Now, the Stanley Parable is a game that is very well known, and yet, despite that, is one of those very well known games that I have somehow managed to avoid uh, getting spoiled at all on, except for the fact that you are. It's kind of like Slay the Princess in that it has a very communicative narrator who is who you interact with as part of the story. Um, so remarkably, we'll be going into this pretty blind. Um, I'm excited, looking forward to it. Uh, and of course, thank you to so much to everybody who joins us this evening. I'm going to go ahead and hop into it. It is 8:01 p.m. over where I am. Oh, sure. Before we get started, you can just say something. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 p.m. and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience, you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. I feel like that's very telling for the way this game is going to go in general. Um, this is going to be this could be the most sarcastic experience we've had on this channel yet. I think that's a reasonable guess. Um, I think the end is never the end. The end is never the end is never the end. This is the story of a man named Stanley. I accidentally just skipped that cutscene and absolutely didn't intend to. Oh, we slide a little bit. E is our interact button.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Stanley
simply
Parable
missed a memo.
tonight because I didn't want to.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
because
co-workers.
Bob's is not available this evening, and I didn't want to continue Chance without them.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Why is short haul important here? Mori, what? Me either. I've never seen this game in its majority. Wait, hold on. Is there a way to... No. Huh. Sales in this quarter. Projections. Woo! This does not make sense. Food for today, for Ted's birthday. Chip chips, blue longs, wing per spouts.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Oh,
he
no.
entered the door on his left.
Did I now? And the music cut out. Wait. Well, you said I'm going down the one on my left, so I kind of want to go down to the one
This
on
was
the right.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay, I can't do anything with the fact I can go up those. That's good to know for later shenanigans. Can't read what's going on in there.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in
What
this
is it about
immaculate,
this place?
beautifully constructed room.
The weeks
Stanley
I've spent
simply
here
stood here, drinking it all
here
in.
they feel the... What is it about this the place? The weeks I've spent here, they feel
Yes,
the mere
really,
sounds,
really worth it being
sounds
here
by
in the room.
extension.
A
It
room
is the
so
nature
utterly
of this
captivating
man to
that even though
exercise.
all your
I can't
co-workers
read
have
all of those.
mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Very worth it.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with
Probably.
this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall
A
personality.
short history of the
It's
relations
possible
between
that
Poland
this is
and
why
Austria-Hungary.
everyone left.
Never mind. I ain't reading
But
the
at
his
last,
that.
he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Alright, sure. I will do what you say this time. But there is also that way. At least look. This is a drawing room? Interesting. I'll go this way this time.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got
I
back
could
on
go
track.
down? What if I went down? I'm gonna go down. Sorry guys, this is gonna be super weird.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Help me out, narrator.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is
Come on,
absolutely,
narrator.
definitely this way.
Alright. No.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to. Oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely
Pirate?
unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
What?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Ah,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
how the mighty have fallen from the Weekly Monitor. Keep dry. Knowing your city. Before you can possibly know where to begin your new street vending operation, you first have to get to know your city. I'll use Georgetown as an example in this book, but in order to really get the knowledge, it's best to go explore. Invoices, other random papers. You're right, it is best to go explore if you really want to understand what's going on.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah, come on, man.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I kind of want to see if I can get into this one over the chairs. That would be cool. Alright, let's go this way. I think this connects back to chair space. Where is here? I suspect what this story is...
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there
Yes.
definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No. Oh, no. Ow. Yes, because if we do not make choices, then we are not
gone. What could it
agents
mean?
of our own lives.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Than,
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not having a choice. Hold on, what if I just sit here and type? It's me pressing the interact button over and over again.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I'm just gonna keep pressing buttons.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
Wait.
The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story.
Yeah, you stuck me in a recursive hallway, my dude. Come on now.
And retrace our steps.
Oh. Well, this doesn't seem quite right, narrator.
Now
you sure this is where we're supposed to go?
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
I think so.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yay!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Yeah, I
We
kind of
both
agree,
know you
dude.
didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people
Can
win
you do a
fair and
better
square,
story?
and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting
Try
weirded
harder.
out
Try
by whatever
again.
this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Huh. That's an in-game sound. There was something going on in there. Sure, narrator. I'll follow your line. We've not gotten to go see these rooms before. Oh, hey, they're playing a game. Can I play the game? No. Fifth annual subcommittee meeting of internal review analysis for committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. Ugh. That just sounds awful to read.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Sure.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa.
I think you're
That got a
overthinking
bit
that,
weird
dude.
back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ah, music. Definitely music. Let me know if this is too loud. It feels too loud. Oh hey, payday reference. There, that should be better. Let me know if it's still too loud. Annual reviews, monthly ledgers, corporate and balances, consolidation reports, financial records. This is for departmental accounts, personnel files, budget analysis.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
I
You
will
won't want
not.
to miss anything.
We're gonna do our best, but we're not gonna remember that fern properly.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
Yeah, we are.
No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
What if we just go the path of the original story? No, it's just the same empty room. Okay. Good, good. Oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after
Yeah.
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
So, the story as I see it so far, we are trapped in this place.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Sure.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new
There's
path,
something
a new story.
interesting
Well, it could be
in
anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your
how
imagination.
this
Whatever it might be, Stanley,
game is
I'm
using
ready
the
for it.
conception of narrative against itself.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
The conception of how life and how stories are supposed to go versus the very messy, weird nature of how they actually go.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the
H6.
opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
Yes.
Which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And
Yes.
that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right,
Oh.
let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
That would make
Another
some
victory
amount
for
of
logic.
sense.
Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
If you presume that the right door is the correct one, then it was indeed the correct one.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
Oh,
You're
hey, this
telling
is
me
the,
that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
I found the
And we're
confusion
supposed to
ending
restart
schedule.
the game eight times? That's really how all this goes?
Okay, hold on.
It's all determined?
Adventure line, adventure into
So
unexplored
now,
territory,
according to the
find
schedule, I
confusion ending
restart
schedule.
again. Then what?
Now you
Am I
restart.
just supposed to forget? Well, what if I
No.
don't want to forget?
Well,
My
yeah,
mind
apparently
goes
that is what you're
blank
supposed to
simply
do.
because it's written here on this thing wall.
And then the game will restart on its own.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why
Well,
don't I
decide
get a say
anyway.
in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Then open one of these
And
doors.
the timer
dude.
stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
Can I make this
Will
door
something
open if I
happen?
just mess with it enough?
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some
Well,
way
of course
that
neither
this is
door
a
was
kind
locked.
of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. though they're always saying that life is
the
about the
direction,
journey and
the
not the
idea
destination.
is that
So
the
I hope
direction
that's where
doesn't
we are
matter.
right now.
You're still being
We'll find
directed
out, won't
anyway.
we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh. Interestingly, though, I think that was my fault and not the narrator's.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, this is the one where the game messes up and you can't get anywhere.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
funding
disbelief,
for R&D,
Stanley decided to go up to his
coffee
boss's
machine, get
office,
Chris out of the
hoping
broom
he
closet,
might find an answer
hire
there.
someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire a paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of blank. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Right to next day's agenda. Reflect. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Ah! Very helpful. We need less reviews. Ah! What do people want? Things, money, more money. Graphs about things and money. Happy feelings? Violet James was fired for this. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Felt triplicate. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee, remember that it takes 2 people to start a fight, and right now you're both of them. A boat. Mitosis. What if I don't want a mitosis? Well, I suppose we better keep moving. Broom closet. Aha!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
We might have discovered true freedom in getting in this broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. We know that things go wrong if we follow the path here. We don't want the confusion schedule. We're disobeying the schedule.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that.
How
And
did
in
this
such a
card get
competitive
here?
economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yes,
were they
because we're
simply
going in
repeating?
circles.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy
Always
after
take a
all.
risk.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Really now?
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
It's certainly strange.
And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
How could it
was
not be?
Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
No.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
That doesn't seem
Now, hearing the voice speak those
necessarily
words
true.
was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
I'm still able to move through
I'm
the
through with this dream.
building.
I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
I don't know about all that.
I am okay.
Is this a meta-narrative where the narrator's actually typing these stories and you're living the stories that they're typing?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Did it now? Interesting.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is it now?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh, hey,
but
we
on
died.
this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an
we
ambulance,
dodged the
for
confusion
just
schedule.
a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Nothing's normal.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Interesting.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
All about perception, eh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All about perception.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No, 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 no. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Interesting.
Ah, no, apparently not.
We are gaining increasingly more control
When
over
Stanley
the story
came
as
to
we
a set
go.
of 2 open doors, he
Sure, we'll
entered
try
the
the
door
door
on his
on that.
left.
We'll do this door. I don't think we've gotten to do this door on a quote-unquote normal playthrough.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might... Oh, no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Well, the boss is clearly not there. So we might as well move. Why are these so bright? Oh, I've heard this one. Well, so what's funny is, this is the music of one of those incredible people who write free music, just a ton of free music. And so I've actually listened to parts of this track on Amazon Music because they're posted there as well. I think this, at least the opening riff is him. I don't know that the rest of this is. Oh. No, we must be at the wrong floor. We did the elevator didn't actually move. We must be at the wrong floor. Sorry.
Step
What? No, it's not. Not to start with. At first it was just the narrator humming. I got in on it after a couple minutes. What? No, yeah, I absolutely when I'm participating in the humming along to the music, I'm making my headset work for it for sure. And I absolutely am the lower volume, lower pitched voice. Alright, how much longer do you think we wait in this elevator? I could wait in this elevator for a good while longer. But, nah.
I'll be back really soon.
Oh. Business strategy is to put a gun to a panda's head? That's so cruel.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by
dude,
sheer luck.
give it away.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
You gave the game away. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're a flop, a failure. You told me everything ahead of schedule.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
That's a lot of sparks for an elevator.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I don't want to get mind controlled.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I don't believe you. After all, I can crouch.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Never.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Who is this Reedon person? Oh, that would be death, wouldn't it? No, it wouldn't. I don't believe you.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
This is not an...
Farewell, Stanley.
Oh, they do crush you, okay.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Love
In a
this.
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Perfect. Told you it wasn't death. But where'd my narrator go?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know. What do you think you're accomplishing here?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I mean, because it makes sense to me to do so. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. The set of the two doors is the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. You think? I would not be so bold as to assume. We have credits. Ah, reading. I see. Ah, Kevin McLeod. Yeah, that's the guy. Screens from the development of the boss's office. Interesting. Lounge. An early version of the underground facility.
And finally, he pushed the number 6.
He recorded the
Stanley pushed
dialogue
the
roughly
big
3
red
separate
button.
times. These are clips from early takes.
Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Interesting.
Stanley pushed the big red button.
And yet, okay, there's a freedom ending and a countdown ending. Ooh, I could end the Stanley Parable. I can go downstairs, or I can end the Stanley Parable. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office. Yeah, you see it gets dirtier and dirtier each time. This is so interesting. There's just so much of it, like, built into, um, it's very interesting to get to see so much of the game's dev before ever having to, especially when you haven't seen half of it. It's very interesting. Now I think you should be able to get to the balcony through here. Ooh, one option. Interesting. Uh-huh. Hmm. Oh, fun. 4 teaser trailers. Oh. Time to go decide what to do with the Stanley
Oh,
Parable.
look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
I don't know that I
No,
can. I think you're gonna
perhaps
need
not.
to explain to me some more.
Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But
Tell me
listen to
more.
me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose
No.
it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
No, I think the end that you can escape without deserting them.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
No, no,
mean?
no.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You always have a choice.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You always have a choice. You think I won't?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
You think I won't click on... I'm not willing to click on the doors where it matters?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yep.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I might have skipped 1 or 2 right at the beginning. Unless you mean, like, the left and right side doors?
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meet, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ooh, this door can be opened both ways. Fascinating. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. This will cause death. Interesting. Keycard door. Puzzle. Yeah, I can understand why that would be a don't jump. However, I might need to in order to find my new way forward.
Oh. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I don't think you have realized how trapped you are. Good night, Simmy. Cargo operator's manual.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, I would need the keycard. I would need the keycard. Fine, I'll trust you this once.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
No.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
No, we're simply not going to take this door. I refuse. You're trying to take an easy out that won't solve any of our actual problems. You asked me to trust you the once, and you have failed me, sir. You have utterly failed me, sir. If I have to keep walking around these corners for some time just to convince you that this isn't the right answer, then I will do so. Ooh, in fact, what if I walked the other way? I think this is the correct thing to do here. Never give up, never surrender. Never give up, never surrender. We're going to beat this. Unless it can't be beaten, but I don't think... Never surrender. Bet. Never let your narrative be controlled by others. It's beneath you. Uh, does this work if I actually work at all if I just keep going, or does this just not work? I have no idea what the game is programmed to allow. And if the game literally doesn't allow me to do anything, it doesn't have any option for me to do anything else, then I might as well proceed to the next effort. But, I genuinely have no idea if that's how this game works or not. Thoughts? Okay, you're encouraging me to believe that if I just keep doing this, I will win. And that the door will shut and go somewhere new. Okay. Is that a won't as in can't, or won't as in I won't persevere long enough? Ah, fine. If I can't, I might as well proceed to the next effort.
Hmm. What do we want? What are we looking for? Hmm?
Victory.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
This is very nice. But are we still trapped? Oh, it is very pretty. This is getting ready to be green lights doing the same thing, isn't it? Doing the spread out and then the spread up. We're gonna wait a little bit longer to see what this does, if I'm correct. Ooh. That's neat. To keep moving. To not just surrender to the staying put. You can't accomplish anything here. There's no victory. There's nothing to be won or lost. This is just, for all intents and purposes, stasis. It's pretty looking stasis, but stasis nonetheless.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Onward, narrator. It's very pretty, but it can't be the end.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Fair enough.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Yes, but where do we go from here, narrator? That place isn't victory. Is this the same thing again? It isn't even anything new. It's just the same thing over and over. And that isn't anything at all. So, no, it's back to what it was in between.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we
Oh,
stop
this is
moving,
stagnation.
we just have to stop moving.
No, no, no.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
No, no, no. We can be free.
No. No, no. What do you do? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Make your own choice, dude.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No, I'm not trying to make you not happy. Not explicitly. We're just trying to not just get stuck.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. Did you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
No, we'll take a bit. I get it. What we're doing is a lot.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Happy. It's one of those things. Yes, this place is pretty. But what can we do with it? What is there to gain? What is there to lose? Why are we here? Nobody's helped by us being here. Sure, nobody's hurt by us being here either, but I'm not I don't... But there could be more. We are alone in the color. We can't find anybody else. We can't even find anybody else to...
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Eh. Death is inevitable.
All of this co-work. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'm willing to sit here and click doors. And it's just you and me here, so I don't even have to feel bad about, like, follower things. We are just clicking doors. We're clicking doors until we get what we want. But yeah, death is inevitable to happen one way or the other. So like, death is just death. It's gonna happen sooner or later.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Sure.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I can't do that. You're not letting me do that. Is 437 further ahead? No. Why would you tell me to go click on a door and then not make it so I can access that door, dude? Okay, I'll trust you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
450.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Must be on the obey side.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No, I think it is back at...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've got the feeling, money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's
I am the
desk.
most expensive
What could
boss.
its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
8.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright, time to explore some more. Time to explore the mind control side. I think
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
outside of
read
the
Mind
concession
Control
itself,
Facility.
I don't think there's anything to be done over here, over on the other side left.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Random numbers. Employee observation protocol. Data points for 1112800.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Sure, but this is the story too, isn't it?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this
Well, of
time?
course, that's the nature
Was this
of
the only
working for
reason he was
somebody.
happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
People do it all the time.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Interesting. So it's a narrative about control buried in a narrative about control. As I kinda suspected. I suspect you could hit the buttons in the right way to return the mind control to functioning. But I don't especially care to. At least not yet.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I mean, I certainly don't feel oblivious to what it's saying.
Blackness and a
It's
rising
trying to
chill
express
of
a
uncertainty.
complicated thought.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Had he?
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I don't think I can do that, man. You're right. You made a very compelling argument. There are people who need to be found and need to be helped. And how can I go off to my own happy ending when that is the case? It would not be fair. Nor would it be real. This is not real. That? No, it's not real. Yeah. The narrator made a very compelling argument. There's still people that need to be found and helped in here. Why would I leave when there's still people who need help? Yeah, I recognize that. I recognize that the ending is locked in.
Stanley
This is
felt
not
the
good.
cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
No. I'm a malcontent. Alright, we gotta find 437 in here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
437.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
told you.
simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose
How
you
about
were to
having
click
I
the
click
door
something
20
doing now?
times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
No point in wasting
Perhaps
fingers.
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
We're just gonna sit here and wait.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Alright. We gotta figure out how to keep this door open when we do that. Okay, that door hasn't shut yet. That door Hasn't shut yet.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Great, 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 great. We can go back and do these doors.
Excellent. I think
Yes.
we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Sure, sure, sure. 415 is through the follow them door. It is through the instructions door. Or we might do this. Well, I'm perfectly happy.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Okay.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Sure.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right,
Oh, there we
finally,
go.
at long last, it's on to the new content.
Sure.
I've never been
Sure, sure,
more
sure.
ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Sure, I'll run the jump sequence out.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Surely, we can go find it. Sure, sure, sure. Another elevator.
Goodness.
Jump
Another
circle.
elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait.
There is
There's
more.
more.
Great.
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh, please tell me
It's
not
my
many
fault,
people
Stanley. I built
actually
up
did
too
that.
much
That's so
anticipation
funny.
around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try
Sure,
to
one
get
more
back
time.
to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Hi. This is new. New content fog.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Oh no, we're not going back to regular content just yet. Yeah, I'll go with you, narrator. Let's go on an adventure. New territory, right? Never before seen.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it
Yeah.
got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Mr. Parable. Have you made a game in the game, dude?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, wow.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Fascinating. Can I get in the memory door? No, not yet. Oh. 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 Oh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing
unfortunate.
the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That wasn't an hour. I'm sorry, my dude. Can't go into the maintenance store.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Well, let's find out then.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
All good.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Are
I
you?
suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Yeah, definitely. No space for humor. No space for humor in this here game. None at all.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Sure
Perhaps
you did.
the Stanley
That's fine.
Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Nothing is.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Good luck with that, my friend.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever...
Okay, that's an annoying... Let's move past the smoke alarm, shall we?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little...
Bye, clock. Sorry, clock.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
So, I feel like we've pretty cleanly illustrated here that if you skip the narration of this game, you will miss like 70 to 80% of what this game is. And therefore, if you're skipping that, what are you even doing? Like, what is the actual point of playing this game if you're going to skip the dialogue? It is a dialogue-based game. That's pretty. Oh, that's not. Wonder what happened up top. Anybody up there? Anybody gonna come say hi? Oh well. Oh hey, desert. Might as well go wandering. No idea where we're going, but that's sort of the point. Wonder how far out it'll let me travel. Oh. Oh well.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
All right. I can do 50.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Sure. We can do that. Things are very clearly going wrong somewhere
Excellent.
else.
I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
417.
Now, back to door number 437.
Sure. We'll get to the new content in a minute.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
We can do that.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Is that a door?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
We've almost got it!
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Good work, Dean.
Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
On to the new content. New content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
It would have been so funny if these were just lost.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
Two doors,
future-oriented.
they're back.
It screams progress and
They're
innovation
back.
and long-term franchising potential.
Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. More TSP. Better TSP. Win, win. Sequential mind share. The color red. Yeah.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
All of these are factually correct things. Who cares? The point is, it was a sequel, and sequels are good. Okay. Oh, now that's catchy bucket.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Merch. The reassurance bucket. This button says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hold on. I gotta experience that, but also I want to just check around here. New and easy achievement. Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's the correct way to do collectibles. Okay. A number go up. Everyone wants it, that means it must be good. Perfect. But I actually can find them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, let's get the new and easy achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
You know, at first I thought I was actually making progress toward it, and now I realize I'm not. There's no collectibles in here or anything. You hate achievements?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's do the jump circle again.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh, lame. You can't give me more jumps? Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
We're trying to jump. It's not working. No jumping. Haha, screenshot taken. I want a button that says my name. What's my name?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Name, hear yours today.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking
I don't
as
want to be Jim.
falling
I'm
in
me.
love
Blah.
and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I work very hard on?
I'm sure.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Interesting. Time for the infinite hole. I find it a little funny that it would take you that long.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Yo.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
How infinite is this hole, my friend?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
No.
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinite. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Sorry, I did see where it actually stopped being infinite and decided I wasn't prepared to die quite yet. Is there a cloud there?
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit.
You're right.
You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket.
You know what?
Okay?
Good point. I did miss
All right,
that.
I'll get out of your hair now.
Reassurance bucket time. That's a good point.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
These know you must use as many following terms as often as possible.
The bucket.
Synergy, incentivize, unpack, ping, deep dive, reach out.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
They do.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Now I have a bucket. Alright. I know I could just exit.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable
I kind of want to
bucket
see
in
if
a
the
video game?
I
That
know
really
I said
should
that
be an
I saw
award
where
if it
the
isn't
infinite hole
already.
wasn't really infinite. I kind of want to see if it's actually infinite. Because the end of the infinite that I saw technically was just... What do you mean the bucket has its work cut out for it? I do kind of want to see if the bucket, if the hole really is infinite, because all I saw at the end of the hole was a black spot.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now.
Yep.
Did you really need to see it again?
Yeah, it's a good hole.
I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley.
is fun,
it's an
dude.
infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared
It's a
for
good
you. I really
hole.
spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them.
Yeah, see,
How about
this
we
is
go
what I'm
ahead
interested
and
to
press
see.
that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest
Just
with
the
you.
two of
I
us.
truly did not believe that
Yes.
anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough
Every
to hit
pause
the
button is a
bottom.
Roman numeral
Yes, I
2.
know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I
Yeah.
think we both said some things we didn't mean.
No, I
Why
don't think I
we
said
just
anything
put
at
all
all.
this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
just be up here when you're ready.
That does indeed work for me. Now I have a bucket and a near infinite hole. Yeah. Look, game dev is hard. Come on now. Got him some slack. It was mostly infinite. For most reasonable purposes, it was infinite. If you fell down a quarter-mile hole, you would consider it infinite.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly
Time
these
for another
features will come
screenshot.
together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my
Aha.
soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of
Gonna
the
get my other
first
5,
game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the
Can I
structure
get
and
my
the
remaining
gameplay of the
collectibles from in there,
original.
dude?
Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction,
I know what you
this
could call it.
is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me
What
see
about
if I can
Stanley
whip
Parable
something up.
Ultra Deluxe?
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Sure.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
That's not my
Stanley
narrative.
worked for a company in a big building where he was
Oh, it is the
employee
narrator.
number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every
Wow,
month
that's
of
incredibly
every
boring.
year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
That's horrifying.
was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Uh-huh.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all
Fascinating.
his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. There's collectibles in here now. This is the Stanley Parable 2. There's collectibles.
All of his co-workers
I
were
have.
gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yeah, I've played through the Stanley Parable, but not the Stanley Parable 2. Which this is, and is clearly an entirely different game for it. Obviously. I don't know what could be confusing about that.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Collectibles? But I was promised that with the Stanley Parable 2 there
Still
were
no one was
collectibles.
here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps
So I'm
his
looking for
boss's
collectibles.
office was where he'd find answers.
Collectible?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
No.
Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Of course we're deep
That your
and lasting
relationship
friends.
is purely superficial and convenient?
How could we possibly
That your
be
life is
otherwise?
so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
We will.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have
Always.
it.
Great.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once
Perfect.
and for all. Here
Excellent
we go.
work.
There. Now it's settled.
It has a sticker
no
on
more
it.
debate.
No more debate. No
discussion.
more discussion.
Take
He's
a
right.
hike,
He's right.
broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature
Broom
of cleaning supplies
closet does
and their
not deserve-
relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Good, good.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What happens if I go downstairs now? Oh, that's just the same hell loop. Okay. That's how we escaped the confusion schedule, is by going downstairs that time. I've got the feeling money's
You
for
found one of
stealing.
them.
Nice.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
What a pleasure
you can't
that
buy
is.
that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Wonderful. I've got a feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So, say, that's a lovely purse. We've seen that one before. Ugh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without the aid of the bucket. It's my emotional
Another
support
miniature
bucket.
Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini
Mini-stands?
stands?
Sure.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like
Stanlerines,
that.
yes.
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Good, Stanlerines. We gotta get them all. Gotta catch them all.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he will be all right.
Thank you,
The
Bucket.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank you for reassuring me, Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Stanley Bucket, you're
The
gonna need to
lights
support me in
rose
this.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
You're gonna need to back
Stanley
me
and
on
the
this.
Bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, Bucket, save me. It's horrifying.
The monitors jumped to life,
It's mean.
and Stanley nearly dropped the Bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The Bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, the Bucket is safe.
Was the Bucket under the mind control facility's
No, it could
influence as
not
well?
be.
Had the Bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a Bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Yes, we gotta protect the Bucket under any and all circumstances.
No! He screamed into the Bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Never!
He squeezed the Bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the Bucket.
All right.
But here was the proof.
Time
The
to press
heart
some
of
buttons.
the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the Bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the Bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the Bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right, let's look for white. White is number 5. Is that white? We'll see if that counts. Oh no, there's white. There's white. 3. Okay, is there a 1 somewhere we're missing? Ah, there's buttons all over this place. How do I get up there though? Okay. 1, 2. 3. Where is 4? It's like 7 or something. Where's 4? Bucket, help me. Save me, Bucket. I need to find 4. Is 4 this one up here? Can I get at it now? No? Okay. 1, 2. 3. Where is number 4? Can anybody actually help me find this? I feel like it might be up there, and at which point I would be in trouble, but I don't. Oh, that is 4 up there. How do I get up there? It is up the stairs, but I can't go up the stairs. They're blocked. Right, I need to get up the stairs so I can do the thing. So I'm trying to figure out how I do that. Can I not? Am I not allowed to go up the stairs? Do I have to throw something at it or something like that? Or do I have to take like a different route? I could try to find a different route. I guess that means taking this ending and then going again? Alright, I guess.
When at last they came to the source, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Birds!
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Ooh, oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards
Birds.
this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
We've looped. Alas. Okay. At least that was faster.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Time to
What
find a
could it
different
mean?
route.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes. Fine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I know we've been down here once before. I don't know if there was anything we might have missed down here.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Oh, right. I have to sit here and wait for it to figure out which way we're going.
From here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Wait. I have gotten this before.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can't turn off the computer anymore. What does it mean? Oh, no reassurance bucket. Oh, and we're back in the original game again. There's no party balloons. We managed to step out of
Wait,
Stanley
what?
Parable 2.
No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the
Nope.
story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Time to find. Okay, this does seem to go away from... Ah. Of course.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Last time we were on
Stanley
this track,
decided to go to the meeting room.
on this
Perhaps
track
he had
for this
simply
ending,
missed a
we
memo.
threw it off trail. There are several earlier places
yep,
we could
it's
throw it
worse.
off trail.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Alright. Fine. Do what you asked, game.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
No.
I can't
Can't
quite
be a story,
recall,
my
but I
dude.
believe my story took place in an office building. Is
Yup.
that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
No.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
All right.
All
Adventure
right,
line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost,
I
I've
don't
employed
think
the
this is
help
a
of the
this is-
Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
How about we
Just
just
follow
not?
the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay. The line. Adventure line. Come on, grab your friends.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Go to very
Though,
distant
here's a
land.
thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
Yeah, dude,
I
you're
think
really
what we need
overthinking
right...
it.
Wait. Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it
Oh,
close.
no.
Wait,
We've broken
we're
something.
back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh no.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... No, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Pirate. Stanley Parable 2 Adventure Line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Sure.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh,
Sure.
this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Alright.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yup.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Fine, TM.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just
Alright,
walk
sure.
in circles for a minute.
I'm just gonna stay put if that's okay with you.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
What if I go through this door instead? Can't? Okay.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
Okay,
You're
so
telling me
we have to actually
that's
attempt
what
to
this
play the
is?
story to proceed
It's all
with
one
confusion.
giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Sure.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't
Sure you
do
can.
it. I won't do it.
You will.
I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
No.
Will something happen?
No.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite
I
sure if we're in the
suppose.
destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the
Will we?
meantime, if you...
Oh. And the game has broken.
All of his
Confusion
co-workers
ending
were
has broken.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
Time
the
to see if
meeting
we can
room.
make the
Perhaps
confusion
he had
ending
simply
happen.
missed a memo.
The narrator has forgotten, but we can still get stuck trying to... Meeting today in the meeting room.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Alright, time to follow the story. That's how this part of the story works. This is wrong. Ah, here we go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Trust the completionist instinct. How can we find them? There will be a reward for finding them all. Inside of a sequel exhibit, nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. A large room with lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. There will be cleaning if this required. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. Lies. Follow clues provided by employee 416. Red room? Figley's? Thank you. Good luck. Maybe we're the collectibles. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office, ambiances, or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mics. A microphone picks up sounds from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? What do they want? Building a bridge, saw one in cargo room, can we sell them? How many are there? Why floating? Okay. This is the clear sign though. Large room, lots of boxes, stairs somewhere with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Provide one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct a bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Okay. Good to know.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Oh,
if I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
We would.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yep. We already got the executive bathroom one. Oh, we can go in here. We won't.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I wonder where that's going to happen. Seems like at this rate it's going to be at the last possible moment, but I don't know about that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Sure.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Where are we getting stock? We're supposed to get stock.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything will be fine. But we gotta...
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
We're gonna get stuck at some
Had
point.
the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Time to go.
No!
Get stuck.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Come on now.
But
Get
here
me
was
stuck.
the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
Get me stuck.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean
not
on,
getting
to
stuck.
trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening?
Hey!
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
It worked!
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it.
The bucket is more important.
Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Alright, I forget what the rest of the steps are. But I think we
wind
just
blew
like
outside and
game.
perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Wait, which screen is the input thing on? No, I might be about to miss bucket timing, input timing. I nearly said bucket timing.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
I
boss's
think things
office.
are just supposed to break on their own from here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm not forgetting anything for this ending, am I?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I feel like I've messed something up for this confusion schedule,
The monitors jumped to life, and
but I
Stanley
forgot
nearly dropped the
steps.
bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, in this restart, we were supposed to find the line again, but we never did.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds
Weird.
of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Maybe it'll be
No!
downstairs?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Rough, if so.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past
No
began
line.
to sink
I
in,
think we might have.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its
we
terrible
must have
power
missed it
over
somewhere.
another human life. For he and the bucket... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the
we
evil
find the
mind control
storyline
machine.
here, please? That
Freedom
would
was
be so
now
funny.
mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Aha.
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized
Okay,
he
so
would
at least
never
it
again leave this very room.
is holding our
But
progress.
at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally
This
in
ending is
darkness
broken,
isn't
but
really
it
so
is
bad.
broken
Stanley
in a way
thought
that
to himself,
lets us
as long as I
continue the
have
thing.
my bucket with me, right?
All we
be
got to do
okay,
is
won't
find
I?
the line.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay, let's find the line. We're looking for line.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket, give me bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Line, anywhere? Line? Line? No line. Line. Can we find the line? The line is all that matters.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
Guessing
to
we
his
gotta
chest.
find the-
This
the-
was
the
not
line.
the correct way to
Must
the
be
meeting
this way
room.
somewhere.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No sign of the line. Is the line out here?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Sure.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Sure, Bucket.
Stanley did
I
not
trust you.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
All right.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I trust Bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What am I supposed to do in here? Thank you. Oh, Bucket, Bucket, Bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To
Yeah.
see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Yes. Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once
Don't
upon a
listen to the
time it
loud
was
man.
me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
No different from you, my dude.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Of course you're real.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yes.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a
Who
bucket.
cares? It's a bucket.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Work to home, work to home,
No.
work.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket,
No, you
this
can't have
would
the
be
bucket.
less
I have the
confusing.
bucket.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it.
No.
Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
All right. Moving right along.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Good to know, good to know, good to know. Good to know. Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I don't know where to find the adventure line again, so I guess we're just gonna do other things. I did
Coming to a
escape the first
staircase,
time.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Stanlerines
Stanley?
is so much
What
better, my
name
dudes.
better encapsulates the intrinsic
Figlies
sense of
sounds
happiness
kinda
that you
awful.
get from seeing a small
gonna
number
lie.
in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to
Alright.
Stanley. Maybe,
We
he
have
thought
passed
to
the
himself,
point where it
maybe
matters.
I am crazy. He looked
I
down
think.
at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
We can
He
probably
asked the
just
bucket.
stand here and it won't
The
change
bucket
a thing.
returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday
Oh.
bucket. Someone else's bucket,
Oh, it's my
perhaps.
bucket. It
How
has
did
my
I
name
end
on
up
it.
with someone else's bucket?
my bucket.
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Yeah, of course.
And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them
No,
were
none
his.
of these are my
None
bucket.
of them
None
were
of
his
these are my
special
bucket.
bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the
No, we
bucket.
have to find
he
the
had to
bucket.
return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful.
Ow.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Ah.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a
Hey,
man who
she
had
got the bucket,
stumbled
though.
through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would
I don't know why
provide
you're the same
absolute
color. It
guidance
just
and
happens
total clarity
sometimes.
on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work? That's impressive.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't think that's how that works. Okay, that's the stairs one, not the red and blue one. Okay, good to know, good to know.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Time to do the next boring one, which is going to be see how long it takes for this elevator to do anything. No. The red and blue one? I don't know. I feel like I should have an idea, but I don't. Oh. That's a fair guess. We're waiting for the elevator. Waiting for something to happen. Waiting for something to happen. Gotta do something eventually. Ready for things to happen. There's gotta be something that happens. No, if I push the elevator thing, it just stops the elevator. Like, if I hit push the elevator door, it'll stop, and I have no idea if it actually resets or not. Okay, it doesn't look like it does actually do anything. Yes, I saw. They took it off after it looked like it was performing. After it looked like it might perform best in the weekend.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
It was
this is
kind of
certainly the
wild,
most
all
logical
things told.
explanation.
Okay, what is it down here at this ending that you think I probably should have expected to have done by now? Iron Lung, it's no longer being tracked for box office this weekend.
Stanley and the
They
bucket
took
walked
it off
straight ahead through the
the
large
thing.
door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
It
screens.
is.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I did escape once, but I didn't, like, use the
The monitors jumped to
pause
life,
menu.
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Let me know if I'm about to miss something here.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket.
Okay.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket!
But here was the proof.
Okay.
The
I
heart of the
can't do what's
operation.
going on in
Controls
here.
labeled with emotions.
I don't think.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working,
Maybe if I
all of it
press all the
monitored
red
and commanded from
buttons.
this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible
Why
power
would I ever do that?
over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
For science, for science. For science. They high-fived in a really cool way. As they deserved to. I keep thinking there should be something up with all the highlight lit up buttons, but I have no idea.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I've done both. I've selected off and on. On is bird pictures. You just weren't paying attention. Was that what you were referring to as the thing you were surprised? Oh,
But
true.
at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons
Okay, I've
became
absolutely
active
seen
again.
this before. Just letting you know. Wait, hold on. I can go back here? Oh, only a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm confused on what...
Stanley flipped through one
Oh.
video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control
Okay.
facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Alright. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Um,
mean? Stanley
what
decided
now?
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe if we don't pick up the bucket, we can find the line? I dread to leave the bucket, but if we must, to continue the story.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No signs of the
Stanley was
line.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No, never again, my friend. Sorry. You had your chance, and you threw it away.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked... You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
None of us can.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yeah.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I'll take it for a spin.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, I'm gonna let it burn.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Yep.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating.
This is
What do you think this game is
Firewatch.
about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
We're literally in
Well, it seems
Firewatch.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must
Firewatch
be.
is the
What a fascinating
Firewatch.
venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
Who
So far,
Firewatch
I
is
love
the
everything about
Firewatch?
this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Who Firewatch is the Firewatch? Should we play Firewatch at some point?
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
No.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Sure.
Preferably something with walls.
Nice,
Something
big,
with nice,
insurmountable walls.
big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this
We
is
have
exactly what I
landed
had in
in
mind.
Rocket
Just a
League.
nice big box for you to run around in.
Can I
there
have
isn't
a
any possibility that you could get lost here.
rocket
now this
car
is
so that I
game
can at
design.
least play the Rocket
Stanley,
League?
if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Can I go in? Is there a hole here? No?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Alright, time to run the ball. We were allowed to speed up a little bit so that we could actually play.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much...
This must be an older version of the game. Now, I must say, the vibes that are coming off of this, there is a non-zero chance that this is a horror game. Instead, that this is this being the broken version of this here is a horror game, effectively. Ooh. Ooh, true. Kind of like this one's not. I'm probably gonna call it after, not
I wonder what
return
he
to Stanley
found.
Parable here.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
All right.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
We got to get to that other section, that other thing in there to get the collectible. I can bring my bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
We're
on his
gonna
left
get this
to
last
go back to the
collectible before
meeting
we
room.
go.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go
Yes.
to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment,
Yay!
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yay! Aha! Narrator dialogue boxes. Fascinating.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this
It's just
bucket
better.
is in my arms. why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
Yes,
It's
the bucket.
unthinkable
The
the
bucket.
amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to
Yes,
be
bucket.
careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my
Bucket,
back.
bucket, bucket.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that?
Bucket,
Who's
bucket,
there?
bucket, bucket.
Caporata.
Oh. Eldritch entities! Always trust the bucket. The bucket's never wrong. But maybe I should be less attached to the bucket? Less dependent on the bucket?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Okay.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Yeah, of course.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Still can't go through that door. That's fine. It's collectibles time.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Do we need to? I feel like we can be this and that's fine and good. Don't mind me though, I am going to collect them as we go. We're going to be at 12 of 6 by the time we're done with this. It's going to be beautiful.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
The third one? Wait, hold on. The third one was in the boss's office. The fourth one was under the stairs.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3
I had
of them.
3 of them. It was
I'm
great.
glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
For sure. Couldn't possibly be forgotten.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Definitely.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Whoa! This is the wildest dump. What's that in there? there! It's the mini stand number 5! Oh! You found it near the red and blue doors! Thanks for watching! Oh, that's so incredible! Best boy narrator!
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was
a
8
good
minutes I
video.
wouldn't have spent on anything else.
I must respect the effort that went into that video. It was so good.
And then, Stanley, we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all
Collected?
collected. It was a moment
Unlike any
any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, sure, but that's fine.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Excellent.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure. How fast can we do this?
Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Yes, of course. We gotta have more. Are you gonna show me
And
the video?
here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I love that video.
It was a very good video. I respect the video a great deal.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
It really looked like a Stanley for a moment there, not gonna lie.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember?
Yep.
Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Because you gotta keep moving forward. If you just live in the past, then there won't be
This
any.
is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Jump counter.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Okay.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have
I
forgotten
would have loved
that?
to do
Classic
Infinite Hole there,
memory,
but
this one.
alas.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Nope.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
All right, sounds like a
I did
plan.
enjoy telling his story so very much.
But you've got to make your own
Okay,
decision, and you've
here
got to
we
keep
go.
moving. And that's
This
the truth.
is the story of a man named Stanley.
And in his honor, I will do this correctly for this one more time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, mostly correctly. For the sake of old times, I will ignore the bucket, even though I so easily could. And it would be worth it, too.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked
We're
straight
actually
ahead to the
going to
opposite door, and got back on
Do
track.
this way.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We're going to try to do the escape ending as our last attempt here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some
Okay,
calming New Age
fine,
music.
fine.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
All right, we're going to do it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Sorry, friend.
Mind
We're
Control
gonna do this.
Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
What do you mean real escape
The
or
door behind
museum
him was
escape?
not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
There's a
At
different
this point,
escape you can
Stanley
do
was
here?
making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Hold on, what do you mean real escape? What? Oh no, you mean like escape into the real world with the... No. No, we're gonna... end the cycle.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
This is what I think is supposed to be the true ending.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
All right.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would
I don't know
restart
if
the
there's
game
supposed to be a
back in
better
his
ending.
office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I suppose I can see what they're intending to mean there. Ultimately, no matter how many detours or whatever else you do, it doesn't actually... it's all been
Oh,
planned,
look at these
ultimately.
two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps
Yeah,
not.
neither really exists without
Sometimes
the
these
other in an
things cannot be
unfortunate way.
seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press...
All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us this evening. If anybody here is not already following and on the Discord, hit all the buttons. We would love to hear from you. We will be doing Alien Isolation tomorrow at 8 p.m. And more blue. Hopefully, we're looking to be wrapping up Blueprints hopefully soon. We're doing that at 10 p.m. so on Wednesday night. And of course, we will be back here at next Sunday at 8 p.m. We will hopefully be finishing up Chants of Senar, and if not, we'll have something else on the docket for you. Best way to keep informed on what that's going to be is to join the Discord, where I give most active updates. And for everything else, I hope to hear from you guys soon. Y'all have a very safe and warm night, and come next day, y'all have a good night. Bye-bye!